Good morning, all distinguished guests and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Director of the Office of Industrial Economics, and all the executives and participants and the press. I'd like to welcome you to OIE Forum, the 17th OIE Forum. My name is Chutima Phung Kwam Suk. I'm very pleased to have been given the role of a host today. I'm not here to host my usual program that you have seen on channel number 9, but today I'm a host to help you with the panel discussion today. The concept today is rising beyond challenges towards sustainability for Thailand's industries. This is the concept when we're trying to push the Thai industry into the sustainability. As you may already know, that we have many obstacles both domestically and internationally. I have to thank the organizers, which is the Office of Industrial Economics, who has given me the role of a host today. And this forum is considered a great opportunity. Today is the 4th of February and 5, 6, 7, and then 8th of February. On the 8th of February, what day will it be? Thank you. It's a Sunday, yes. But the 8th of February, it is a Sunday, correct? But there is another importance for Thailand for that day because we will have an election. And also, many of you may be wondering why am I trying to link this event to the 8th of February. What is interesting today, the information to be shared by the Permanent Secretary, the Director of Office of Industrial Economics, and all the sessions, which has been given an honor by so many experts who will be talking about their perspectives from the private sectors and government sectors and also researchers. They will all share their opinions about these obstacles and challenges that Thailand have been facing. We will see whether Thailand still have hopes. They will exchange opinions on this forum, and I believe that more or less you all will benefit from what they will talk about. In the beginning of this week, some of you may have already been aware that TDRI, as a researcher institute, they have a role to analyze the roles of each political parties, and they also analyze the financial resources each political party needs to achieve their campaigns, also their weaknesses and strengths. How is that linked to this forum? Because once you have received the information from here, you can go back and look at the policies proposed by different political parties, and then you see what their campaigns in terms of pushing the countries forward to sustainability is. But before we begin the official opening ceremony, I would like to ask you all to pay respect for 93 seconds for our late King Mother, Queen Sirikit.
กราบขอบพระคุณทุกท่านเป็นอย่างสูงนะคะ
Thank you very much. The Queen Mother and the current king, they both have done so much for Thailand. Today, I have to say that other than the participants in this hall, we will also welcome those who are watching us online live from home through different social media platforms, whether Facebook or YouTube. And so that you can see the overall picture of this forum, the objectives and the concepts. I'd like you all to watch the video.
ปัจจุบันโลกหมุนเร็วกว่าที่เคยความท้าทายใหม่เกิดขึ้นได้ทุกเวลาท่ามกลางการเปลี่ยนแปลงและกระแสความผันผวนจากเศรษฐกิจโลกบทบาทด้านภูมิรัฐศาสตร์ความก้าวหน้าของเทคโนโลยีและกฎกติกาการค้าใหม่ที่ส่งผลต่อภาคอุตสาหกรรมการเร่งปรับตัวให้ทันการเปลี่ยนแปลงจึงเป็นสิ่งสำคัญกระทรวงอุตสาหกรรมได้มีนโยบายมุ่งเน้นการพัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมอยู่คู่ชุมชนอย่างยั่งยืนโดยสร้างอนาคตใหม่ให้กับอุตสาหกรรมไทยที่สามารถแข่งขันในระดับโลกสร้างความมั่นใจแก่นักลงทุนและยกระดับคุณภาพชีวิตประชาชนสำนักงานเศรษฐกิจอุตสาหกรรมหรือสสอหนึ่งในองค์กรภายใต้กระทรวงอุตสาหกรรมในฐานะองค์กรชี้นำการพัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมของประเทศสู่ความยั่งยืนโดยในปีที่ผ่านมาสสอมุ่งมั่นปรับโครงสร้างอุตสาหกรรมและพัฒนาเครื่องยนต์ทางเศรษฐกิจใหม่ๆ New Growth Engine ที่จะเป็นรากฐานให้เศรษฐกิจไทยขยายตัวอย่างแข็งแกร่งโดยการสร้างโอกาสต่อยอดจากอุตสาหกรรมเดิมควบคู่การส่งเสริมโอกาสในอุตสาหกรรมแห่งอนาคตไม่ว่าจะเป็นอุตสาหกรรมยานยนต์อุตสาหกรรมไฟฟ้าและอิเล็กทรอนิกส์อุตสาหกรรมหุ่นยนต์และระบบอัตโนมัติอุตสาหกรรมเครื่องมือแพทย์อุตสาหกรรมฐานชีวภาพอุตสาหกรรมอาหารแห่งอนาคตและอาหารฮาลาลอุตสาหกรรมเหล็กที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมรวมถึงอุตสาหกรรมป้องกันประเทศภายใต้แนวคิดสร้างอุตสาหกรรมเศรษฐกิจใหม่ที่เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมส่งเสริมอุตสาหกรรมให้ก้าวทันโลกปฏิรูปอุตสาหกรรมรองรับการปรับโครงสร้างเศรษฐกิจใหม่ครอบคลุมทั้งอุตสาหกรรมดั้งเดิมและอุตสาหกรรมอนาคตการพัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมไม่ได้มองแค่การเติบโตของตัวเลขที่เป็นเครื่องบ่งชี้ทางเศรษฐกิจเท่านั้นแต่ยังให้ความสำคัญกับความยั่งยืนเพื่อให้ชุมชนและอุตสาหกรรมอยู่ร่วมกันได้อย่างเป็นมิตรพร้อมกับสร้างการรับรู้ให้ทุกภาคส่วนผนึกกำลังขับเคลื่อนไปสู่เป้าหมายร่วมกันในวันนี้สสอจึงได้จัดงาน OIE Forum ครั้งที่ 17 ขึ้นเพื่อเป็นเวทีในการนำเสนอวิสัยทัศน์และทิศทางการพัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมรวมทั้งนำเสนอมาตรการในการปรับโครงสร้างอุตสาหกรรมที่สอดรับกับบริบทการเปลี่ยนแปลงของโลกมุ่งสู่การเป็นอุตสาหกรรมวิถีใหม่ที่เติบโตอย่างยั่งยืนเพราะเส้นทางข้างหน้ายังมีความท้าทายรออยู่สำนักงานเศรษฐกิจอุตสาหกรรมพร้อมจะเป็นเข็มทิศนำทางอุตสาหกรรมไทยให้ก้าวข้ามทุกวิกฤตสู่โอกาสที่ไร้ขีดจำกัดอย่างยั่งยืน
Please give a round of applause to the Office of Economy, Industrial Economics to have done this video presentation. From the video we just watched, you should be proud of Thailand because Thailand, we have so many charms and we have a lot of experts. Our service industry, agricultural industry, and industrial industry are very interesting. just from the video you just watched, I believe that you have gained some basic understanding. And the one keyword you may have got is compassion. I think the Office of the Industrial Economics could lead and guide people to the sustainability so that we're not going to get lost. Now, I'd like to welcome the Director of the Office of Industrial Economics, Mr. Supakit Bunsiri, to speak and present a report on the background and objectives of this event. Please welcome. Dear Dr. Natapon Rangsit-pon, I would like to thank the Permanent Secretary very much for giving this forum an honor to open the ceremony. Under the concept Rising Beyond Challenges toward Sustainability for Thailand's Industries. We OIE is another agency under the Ministry of Industry. We serve as a very important role in changing Thailand's economy, whether it is policy, economy development plans, and also analysis and information technology to make sure that Thai people are informed of the status of the Thailand's economy. For this event today, we have high hopes that this would be an important milestone and an opportunity for all the experts to exchange their opinions amidst the challenges of the economy these days. For the past year, we have also been determined to develop the country's economy and have been giving us our utmost effort by formulating policies and trying to push forward any industries that are highly competitive to make sure that Thailand can keep up with the world's economy in a sustainable fashion. Other than that, we have also pushed forward so many matters. We also have another important role as a record keeper and data keeper. We would come up with the reports using digital technology as part of pushing our ministry to what we call the digital government to be ready to provide services to Thai people under the concept My as One, focusing on having all of the agencies under the government to work as one. So this forum, Rising Beyond Challenges Towards Sustainability for Thailand's Industries, there are a total of 1,200 participants, and 500 are in this hall, and also 700 are from online. And there are entrepreneurs, investors from both industrial and service industries, civil society, foundations, educational institutes, and those who are interested. The objective of this is to present aspects and opinions in terms of changing the structure of Thai economies to match with the world's economy. Other than this, we also hope that this forum would be a great opportunity for the experts to exchange their opinions and to uphold the standard of Thai economies to make sure that it's strong enough for the world's competitiveness. What we are going to talk about in this room is, as the concept says, we will be given an honor by so many experts from Global Green Chemical, from Nestle, and also experts and academia from TDRI. They all are going to send their representatives to exchange their opinions here. Other than this, in front of the hall, there are also presentations and boards that show exhibitions that show the sustainability for Thailand's industries. And in the afternoon, we will also divide into different rooms so that different experts can have their own forums to talk about the challenges and economies in Thailand. And all of the topics that are going to be about is going to be
ความท้าทายด้านอุตสาหกรรมไทยสู่
towards sustainability, upgrading the automotive industry towards low carbon industry, and also rising above challenges under the limitation of EU. And for this opportunity, OIE would like to thank all participants for spending time and coming here today, joining us in today's event. I hope that this will be a platform for enhancing understanding so that we can walk towards the future together. I would like to now invite Dr. Nattapon Rangsit-Pon, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Industry, to give the opening speech and also later lead us into the discussion for this event. Good morning, all distinguished guests, Ambassador from Myanmar, Ambassador from Romania, Ambassador from Nepal, Ambassador from Hungary, Ambassador from Guatemala, and the team of ambassador from the Republic of China, and the consulate from the Uzbekistan, and the deputy director from OIE, and all the distinguished guests, Director General OIE, and the director from the MIND organization, and the representative from the Industrial Standards Institute, and the board of directors, SME banks, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the managers, representatives from all the organizations, the executives from company, representatives from the embassy of all countries who have joined us here this morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you and very honored to have this event today. It's a great opportunity for OIE, and it serves as an important stage for us to communicate regarding the industry where we are presently and how we're going to move forward. And I would like to present my appreciation to all who take your time to be here today. We cannot walk towards the future alone. And in the past, the growth of Thailand's industry, which is the forte of the country, occurs from the collaboration with several countries, from the countries in Europe, from Japan, from China, and other countries have provided support with us, and also other countries as well who have joined us in collaboration. And we work together in certain frameworks in one way or another. And I would like to thank Office of Industry Economics for serving as the bridge, giving the insights which already mentioned by the Permanent General of OIE, and other insights and information in order to make the most of it. Sometimes the numbers do not look that great, maybe a little bit too high or too low. Whatever that is, the most important is it should reflect the reality. And that is something that we are trying to maintain as OIE, to provide data that is reliable and can be used for planning and growing your business. And I would like to say and talk about the current numbers. The current numbers, as you may know, that we are slightly on the negative side, and in some sectors we see the positive number and some may see the negative number. But what we can clearly see is from three main industry: automotive, EV, and food. And we still see the positive numbers for the automotive, for the pickup vehicles. Now we have seen the shift to EV, and overall I would say that it's still progressing quite well. And another thing is the computer parts for electricity, the hard disk drive. We have seen new components that help drive the growth, that is PCB. And for the food industry, we have seen fluctuations, but overall it's a good growth. So that's the overview from OIE. But one thing that I would like to highlight here, which is very crucial regarding the numbers, so the baseline is the 2021, and now it has been about 5 years. Although we have not seen that much growth, but comparing to the global numbers, still we are in line with them. So during the COVID, it's totally a different situation. But currently what we see now for the global number, the growth of the entire number, although we are not seeing a lot of growth in terms of the numbers, but we are trying to recover after the COVID, although the recovery is a little bit slow. And I would like to invite you to take another look at it, that everything is interconnected. And what happened during the COVID contributed to different behaviors, which is what we call new normal. And new normal, for this, I think that today, the 17th event, before COVID, we're not going to have the online participants or the communications or the meetings, right? If you're going to use the online meeting, then you're going to use your laptop, and we may not have the application that we are currently use. And now I don't know who's still using Skype, but now we have devices that are different from the past. So devices are different because the device that we use in the past, the software that we use in the past, are totally different from what we are using now. So it's a new normal. We have a new approach in communicating, in setting up the meeting. For social media also, it's different. In the past, we did not rely on social media that much, but after COVID, we have adjusted ourselves on how we communicate and interact with others. using more of social media platform, and that leads to new progress and becomes new normal. And several businesses have adapted themselves. Before this, we did not have Grab services, we did not have Panda food service or Lineman or Robinhood food service, but now we are relying more on them. And restaurants which we had to be there physically, but now we can order them online. And for shops, instead of relying salespersons, and we were afraid of purchasing online, but now it's different. Or even for cars or vehicles, we even made an order online. So we have seen changes, many changes, because everything is interconnected. And all these platforms play a role in changing the behaviors. We can see the change in the algorithms that have been more complicated. And we call this AI. And so everything is interconnected with the progress in the world and the changes contributed by COVID, which negatively impact the growth in several industries. We have the surplus of production, which has leaked to the markets overseas. And several countries had a measure to protect themselves that how are we going to receive the attack, how are we going to absorb the attack. We may have globalization during COVID, before COVID, instead of globalization that we talk a lot in the past. Now is more of localization. We have trade war, we have trade regulations that have recently or been established after COVID in order to protect each countries, and also many trade regulations that have been implemented. So the trade regulations serve as the protection for countries, and also to ensure friendliness to environment, ensure sustainability to the country, to the industry. So those are main components that have been implemented in several countries. These are very important because everything is interconnected, as I mentioned. It's not just following trends, but it's something essential, because in the past couple of years, Ministry of Industry have been driven sustainability as the main mission of the ministry. And of course, we want to understand how Thailand's industry progressed and how the industry of other countries have progressed. Business success, if the business is not profitable, it cannot move forward, it cannot grow forward. We're going to be where we are, just surviving. But several things at present, regulations at the global level, and also the situation domestically, we have to take care of the community, of the society. So those are elements that we have to take into consideration, not just the economy, but also the impact on the community. So all in all has led us to something about how we're going to develop further. And the approaches for the development, we have considered several aspects. How the new development, first thing is about the competitiveness, the industry that will give us the competitive edge for the future, and how will that help us with the growth in the industry. And we have to consider culture and new normal, which will give us and tells us the direction. With the industry or the sectors with a lot of elements, we cannot just hope for the best. We cannot just hope that the investment from foreign countries will grow the labor market. Of course, in the past, It's something that we could expect, but not at present. But with the new normal, I think it comes with new generation, baby boomer, Gen X, Generation Y, or Gen Z. If we do not communicate what we want, we will not get it. So very importantly, to come up with the regulations, with the measures, we need to communicate clearly. If we do so, the investors will follow. If we don't, then they have the free will to do as they wish. So about COVID, the new normal, the trade war, the overcapacity, oversupply, there are many things that we need to consider. So I would like to leave it to the government sector, to the public sector, to the ministries, to the government agencies who take part in today's event. If you would like something, you have to communicate your wish, what you are looking for, what you want to happen. And we would like to promote the industry in the country by having the tailor-made approach and communicating clearly about what we expect to happen. It's something new we have not done before, but this is something that you will continue to see in the future. And it's not discriminating, selecting that we're going to do this and don't do that. It's not like that. But of course, due to the changes, we're going to see more and new conditions, maybe tax conditions, and all the conditions are something that we already use. Maybe some of them used already in the past, but now we're going to communicate more clearly. Another thing I would like to address is the investment package that is the package that will support returning to the country of investment or business or people migrating back to Thailand, especially those at the border. In the past, for globalization, we created supply chain in several countries, and some countries at present, they are no longer on a good term with us, which affects the businesses of Thailand. So we have come up with mechanisms to bring back those businesses to Thailand to grow domestically, so that that investment can be smooth running. This will cover relocation to Thailand, and this is not something that it's not just increasing the investment in Thailand, but help solving due to the current international relations. And for automotive industry, as I mentioned earlier, the industry that we are trying to push forward, we have seen the growth in EV industry. And something that we need to dig deeper is something that I already mentioned. That is, we have to understand where we would like to head forward and communicate that clearly. So we're going to continue to talk about measures, about our way forward. For EV, for the hybrid, we're going to issue new measures, and you're going to see that they are different from the past measures. They have a greater they have a role, and will deep dive more into details. And for new normals of the people of the current generation, as I mentioned, you have to communicate clearly, otherwise you're not going to get what you expect. And for the procurement from the government organizations or government agencies, so in Thailand, similar to other countries, the government agencies can take care of all the procurement, and in several industries that we should actually step into, but have already stepped into by several countries, but we haven't. One of them is the rail system. We use a lot of the railway transport system, and we don't produce the train, we don't manufacture the train ourselves. So we work together with Ministry of Industry that this is the direction that we should step into. We probably, of course, will need an investor from foreign countries because we can't come up with the whole train, the whole rail system ourselves, and it will be similar to the automotive industry, right? So if we would like to increase the transportation through train system, then we will need to grow this industry. And another area is defense industry, something that we need to do more. Because for Thailand, from what I'm saying now might be different from other countries. Other countries they have great confidence in a lot of their products. We have a lot of representatives from embassy here, and a lot of Thai people exported products, and all these products have been advertised as the exported product, and this is used to gain attraction from the consumers. So, which is quite sad that we prefer exported products rather than locally made. So we would like to change that. We would like people to consume more of the locally made products. And also, another thing is about the aging society. We are entering an aging society, and we have the new word longevity economy, which is very important. We need to take into consideration care for elderlies, medical equipment, medical treatment, and the design, for example, for residential areas, the houses, and also items used in the household that have to be elderly friendly. So if we compete on the mass products, it could be very difficult. There are lots of countries who can beat us with the economy of scale and with their expertise. But if we have our own niche, for example, we built eco car or pickup truck, and we built our own niche. The healthcare that targeting to elderly is something that will be our selling point, can be our forte, from their daily use items, or how to create the elderly friendly environment in the household. And for productivity is another area that I would like to talk about. We see the lowest productivity level in the construction industry. This might be different in other countries, but for the construction industry, what's happening in Thailand, I have friends from developed countries in Europe, and they were recording the construction workers when they work, and they were like, and my friend said that it's just unbelievable that this traditional way of building houses or buildings are still being used in the current time, and you're gonna cause a lot of waste, and it's not going to be productive. You're gonna waste a lot of time. So it's something that for OIE, we see the importance of implementing modern technologies for the construction industry in building houses and high-rise buildings. So we're going to implement the new technologies adopted from overseas to minimize waste occur in the construction industry. The creative industry is something also very important, continued from the previous government regarding the soft power. So if we would like to enhance soft power, not just the first generation of soft power, but also the communication through food, through Thai cuisine, through Thai clothing design, the word made in Thailand, I would say that this is soft in power because if we can produce industrial products to be of high quality, that's how we communicate the soft power of Thailand. Several countries who have grown themselves from the past. For example, when we hear the word made in USA, made in Germany, it may not spoke to us that much in the past, but actually after some time when we heard these words we link that to high quality. When I was in the university, made in Korea, it didn't speak to me that much, but now it's totally different. And or made in China, in the past we questioned about the quality, but now it's totally different. A lot of premium products are made in China, and of course Thailand would like to do that too. The word made in Thailand, we would like that to communicate quality and premium products. And another thing that we cannot escape is the agricultural economy is something that we need to push forward, and having the growing efficiency in the agricultural sector, I think we need to do that. And growing the sugarcane industry and production of sugar, we need to ensure proper system from harvesting, from processing. We need to have the dedicated units to take care of this industry. And a lot of you here are still wearing masks. I'm not sure, maybe you are having a cold. And what I would like to say is that in the past several years, if you look back 10 years ago, production of sugar, if you look at CCS, there's the sweetness level, right? That sometimes we meet the standard value at 10 CCS, sometimes lower, but burning before processing sugarcane into sugar, we burned a lot. 60% of the sugar field burned. And we were working on that in about 5 years ago. We have the measure of paying 20 baht per ton. And we managed to reduce the burning activities to 30%. And last year, we adjusting the measures. 2 years ago, we adjusted the measures, supporting financially in developing the land after harvesting the sugarcane field, or purchasing the leftover after the harvesting. And we managed to reduce the burning activities even more, which is something that we are very proud. And I would like to thank the Institute of Sugar and Sugarcane of Thailand and many representatives from relevant stakeholders, and also the farmers that have giving us support in reducing the burning activity, although it is something that is easy to do, it's easy to go for, but we are moving forward as one, as people first and country first. We have about 300,000 sugarcane growers, and they started harvesting fresh sugarcane. So after we started the processing season, we have seen the reduction of the burning activities. And of course, there were some incidents that occurred in the past, but that was at the low level. And also with PM 2.5, that has impacted tourism industry and several industry, which is crucial. And they are industry that rely on high quality air. And there are several factors, but there's one factor that we managed to help reduce, which will help contribute to the reduction of PM 2.5. And for PM 2.5 for this year, when we know that today it's going to go above the standard level, it's only at the orange zone, unlike last year, which we can see the black or red zones. So we are moving in unity forward to develop agricultural sector for us to step up, to step forward. We talk about the sustainability, whether we going to have a separate different price what we paid for green sugar cane. And something that we are very proud of. So this year, all the sugar manufactured in Thailand, I can call that it's green sugar. Maybe just 2% that came from the burned sugar field, but that came from the accident. That was a bomb that was somehow accidentally came over to that field. So that's all from the burning incidents. But for the agricultural development, it's not just the burning activities. This year, we see an improvement of CCS level. We have seen the positive number, 10% plus. And this is all about the efforts that we have put into developing the agricultural sector. I know that a lot of you may come from outside sugarcane industry, but even for rice sector, we still want to improve the efficiency. We want to change the burning activities also to elevate the processing and the harvesting. And regardless of the changes in the world, something that we need to maintain is quality food, selling at the appropriate price point. One day, something that, and I believe that eventually something that we cannot live without is food, and it's something that we need to prioritize. And for the industry, today we talk about Industry 5.0.
So we have done the Industry 4.0 for a while, and it has been obvious that Thailand cannot do what we call the complete dark room. What we really want is we want to see the results. We want to be involved. We want to see involvement in our industry. We want to see Thai people getting involved in the industry. Like I said before, you have to communicate what you want. If you want Thai labor to participate more, to involve more, then you have to tell them. So Industry 5.0 would be more about involving people to work with the machine. So I think many other countries also talk about society that has to do with the development of economy. And then we also have what we call the use of artificial intelligence. Not everything that we do is not what we support through HDB Bank or industry departments, but the Ministry of Industry, they also have a role to developing their own AI system for the use of their own ministry. So what we're trying to do, we try to deploy the use of AI to make sure that every process in our organization is smoother. And I have to thank all of the organizations here in terms of MyS1 for having brought the report that you have to provide by law. I have to thank you all for uniting this reporting process, because what you have to do by law, like you have to provide your production level in figures, right? And right now it's a single form report, like what you have exported or imported. These are the information that you have to give. What we have been doing, including different kinds of reports like Rong 8, Rong 9, which are reports about the performance of factories and plants in Thailand, which will be used to analyze the index of the industry. It will also be included in these single form reports. All of this is for the entrepreneurs to not have too much to do when it comes to report, to lessen the process and to make sure that it can be done faster, which will lead to a faster decision making for the policies. When it comes to the inspection of plants, we need a standard. In the past, it was done in such a way that was not really united. So right now, we have come with a standard that has been used for 2 years, which is what we call iometer, which will be applied. It's a standard that will be applied when any plant is inspected. And in the future, we will also spread this towards the mine inspection and the maintenance in other kinds of plants. So the use of iometer will allow our engineers who inspect the plants will have a certain form of criteria for them to inspect the plants and to rely on. So this standard is used to not for just sugar cane plants, but it's also used to with other kinds of plants also. And this will uplift the standards of the inspection of plants. And this year, we're also going to take care more of the residue from the sugar cane. The standard will be even higher, and the control of the vehicles, transport vehicles, will also be better. And this leads to what we're trying to do in terms of taking care of the society. And to do that is not just in terms of taking care of the industry, not just controlling the burning activities, but it also has to do with the back end. Because if our back-end system is not good, if the communities do not like the industry that we're doing, then we cannot move forward. Every country has gone through this phase. Like in England, I think if you Google this, you would see that they actually had a crisis during the Industrial Revolution. Like the water in their rivers was wasted, right? Thailand also had a similar crisis. The water in Chao River used to be a waste, right? And we have tried to come up with the new decree in terms of the waste management because something like this, Japan has also gone through. You may have heard that there are like diseases like Minamata that was caused by the poor waste management system. And we saw that they had to spend high amount of money for that waste management. And right now we see a lot of waste management in some provinces like Rayong in Thailand. And the amount needed to fix this is a lot. Not so similar, not so different from Japan. And this is what happened. And we have tried to come up with a solution to this. And learning from these countries, we have also fixed the issues of water. This year, I think we have successfully dealt with the air quality. And another thing is the standard of the vehicles, of the automobile. All of them are now minimum Euro 5, and some of them are already 6. And we have also EV cars. And last week, we also enacted a royal decree. Since the meeting last year, we talked about the fact that we would have different kinds of standards, not just a one-size-fits-all standard. In the past, all the plants have the same quota for the carbon release, but this year, there will be different criteria that will be applied to specific areas. And so these criteria will be different depending on the context of each area. Like the one for Bangkok, the emission rate will be different. The criteria for the emission will be much more strict. Like emission from the plants, from the boilers, or from electric generating plants. The criteria to control the emission of these chemicals will be much stricter. And this has already been enacted as a royal decree and effective since the 1st of January this year. So any plants in Bangkok, if you haven't been informed of this decree, you really need to read it to adjust yourself so that you can remain with the community. industrial plants must not be the words that people don't want to hear because it would trigger them to think about bad air quality. They don't want to live near the plants, right? Because most of the time what they have experienced is these plants cannot really be responsible enough for the community surrounding them. And this year we are going to change that concept. So we all have to be responsible together. And to move forward, we need to make sure that these plants can remain among the communities sustainably. So in order to succeed in business, you need to be able to live with the community. The next thing is when COVID has come into play, we have the new normal and we have overcapacity. All the rules of the world has become tighter, and it kind of forced many countries to adjust quickly. Many countries have changed. I think in terms of environment, you may have seen a lot of the countries talk about it, and the use of labor. I have to say that Thailand has been, we have been affected by IUU, illegal and unauthorized labor. This was an issue with the fishermen boats in the southern part of Thailand. In the past, we have refrigerating plants, and because of the IUU standard, we are now just come down to 300 plants because this is something that the world has agreed that we need to take care of. The background is like the competitiveness. But by principle, no country wants to be at a disadvantage. When they come up with the criteria, they would want many other countries to follow the same criteria, right? So the European society, they also want us to do like what they do, and the USA also want us to follow their criteria. And IUU is also one of the many criteria that we have to follow, and that causes us to have to cut down so many plants. And also EUDR and CBAM and Sustainable Forest, FFC, all of these have come into play in our economy. And me, as a president of the sugar cane and sugar office, I have warned them that they really need to adjust. And I am glad to have this opportunity to say that the sugarcane industry has developed much better. The burning activities used to be such a critical issue, but now that we have solved this, we see that we can move forward. So I have consulted with the Director General of the International Economy Office. So many countries have managed to comply with the CBAM criteria. And I asked if our country have been able to comply with this criteria. If not, we really need to adjust. Otherwise, it will be such a burden for us. We can't just think of the profit. We have to think about the sustainable way to live with the communities around them. So these are the mechanisms that we really need to think about. We need to respond to it. International mechanisms, labor, safety, and environment. I think maybe you look at this as an exclusion of their business, but no, it's actually something that we need to do to uplift the standards of our economy so that Thailand can catch up with the world's economy. And another thing that we need to mention is sustainability. If we look at other developed countries, we need to pay attention to economic success, social responsibility, and environmental conservation. These are the three pillars. Another thing is our country have to have what is called inclusiveness and spread the income nationwide. What we used to have and gained easily and which we have lost these days, maybe we think that we're excluded by the new entrepreneurs, but that's not the case. I have to emphasize again, you need to communicate what you want. If you want the decentralization of the income, then you need to communicate. We welcome all of the opinions and your aspects. If you think that there are certain conditions that we need to apply among the high competitiveness and overcapacity, so certain criteria all of the entrepreneurs have to follow. So if you don't communicate what you want, then you will not gain what you expect. So if you want to spread the income, then you need to say, you need to define what it is. You need to say what supply chain that you want to use, local supply. You want to invest in local supply chain, or do you want people? You want specific people with high skills to be involved. Then you have to talk about the manpower to ensure that it could respond to your needs, and this will reflect that the community, you will eventually see that the community will be able to live with you. So I have to also say that I receive complaints every day from different parts of Thailand. Right now, Thailand has over 66,000 power plants, and for this, we receive complaints all the time from communities that are surrounded by these that surrounds these power plants. One of which is they feel that they're taken advantage of. They think that these power plants don't take care of them well and are not responsible enough. And meanwhile, from the perspective of these power plants, they feel like they've been there for a long time, and then suddenly these communities around them pops up and then file complaints. My experience, I bought a land in a village that had already been there, and there was an empty plot of land. It was surrounded by a house on both sides, and then one of the houses, the children play football on my field, and so I made a football field for them. Like I made my land suitable for football playing. But one day I decided that I want to build a house on my own land that I bought, and I thought that the children of the house next to my land, who had played football since they were born, they left and they willingly left, but they complained. They complained about whether my plot of land caused them any problems, whether there's any wastewater running from my house to theirs. And it was a good village. I feel like maybe they were discontented, and eventually they just maybe they had always been at a disadvantage even before I bought that plot of land, right? Like they play football on that land. When I helped, when I built the land to let them play the football on it, then I also allowed them to play the football. And now that I built a house and they can't play football anymore, I think people can understand that the land belongs to mine, right? But when it comes to a bigger scale, like the communities and the power plants, then I hope that they can understand something like this. Sometimes the power plants would say something like, we've been here, we've caused this much waste and this noise for a long time, so it's normal. So some communities have to be aware that maybe you have gained the privilege of using the land that belongs to someone else or the power plants before. But now that they are make use of their own land, then you need to be able to accept that. So this is what I'd like to try to conclude, that communities and power plants, they need to live together peacefully. Because if the communities do not favor the power plants, it will be much difficult for these power plants to extend themselves, right? Because like if there is any request to extend the power plants, then there'll be a mob, there'll be a protest. So if the communities and the power plants cannot live together peacefully, then the country cannot move forward. Our economy cannot be better. One last thing that I'd like to mention, this doesn't concern the industry alone. It's also to make the country sustainable in all the four aspects, then it's something that we need to work on. We have to make sure that everybody can live under the same standard. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of. Nobody wants to be controlled too much. The sugarcane industry, I need to mention again because it's a successful case. when we started to control the burning activities, many of them felt that they were taken advantage of. They wanted to see if we could control all the burning activities nationwide. But what we did is, like this year, the Office of Sugarcane, they have done this based on the standard. Since last December to the 10th of January, we had 0%. We asked for a 0% of burning activities to support the concept Thailand as one, because so many industries, especially the tourism, they really need the air quality to be good so that Thailand can welcome tourists, right? Everybody wants good air quality, no matter who they are, especially during this time of the year. And so for Thailand as one, we ask for 0% of bad air quality. And so anytime any areas has exceeded this threshold, then we would go down to the field and take a look at them. We have to make them feel that they are treated equally, that we apply the same standard to all of them. But in different contexts, like I said before, like if we don't treat them equally, if we don't apply the same standards, then they will not agree to live like peacefully like this. So again, if you can control them equally, if they feel that they're not taken advantage of, then they can live together peacefully. And when it comes to the standards, if there are entrepreneurs who can import products without having to follow any standards and they can decrease the price, then the smaller sellers, they will be out of their business. They cannot compete. So taking care of this inequality in terms of the business, we need to take care of. And we ask for your understanding that this is what we conduct as a standard. If you see that there is any inequality in terms of the standard, then please inform us. In the past, we had a plan and then we just randomized where we would go inspect. But these days, because of the new normal, because of our complaint receiving system like Platzi Fondue or many other online platforms that are that welcome all of these complaints, then we can shortlist all the complaints. And there's also QR code. If you haven't tried this QR code, then you should try scanning it, and then you will see that many businesses in Thailand have already had some kind of label to show that they follow the standards. And the accidents that have happened in Thailand, like yesterday, we saw that there was a the release of wastewater in Pattaya, Chonburi province. And you could see no matter what they provided as a rationale, we didn't really accept that as it was. We sent someone to inspect what was the cause of their wastewater. And personally, I think it was not the right thing to do. They shouldn't have released the wastewater into the sea like that. So this is an example to let you see that we have a standard. One thing that that the Public Health Office have done so well was the misappropriation of rights, which was something that we received as a complaint. And the Office of Public Health have already inspected this, that there are products that risk being misappropriated of rights, and they found the figures after their study. Over 80% of products that risk the misappropriation of rights was they risked many types of misappropriation of rights along the process. What we need to do is the 10%. if they don't have any level playing field and we allow some people to just go with the misappropriation of rights without any punishment, then this industry cannot remain. And so we're trying to be more strict in terms of misappropriation of rights. So I'm trying to say that we have been trying to push forward Thailand's economy. We are focusing more on the sustainability. And so all that I have said is what we are focusing on. Again, the industry, they have to be able to live with the communities around them, and they need to be able to spread the income nationwide and catch up with the world's economy. And in order to do so, the policy, we have to put what we want into the policies. So entrepreneurs, you need to know that we're not trying to exclude you here. We need to take a look at the concept of Thailand as one, because we need to move forward together. And that's why some conditions might be tighter, but believe me, it will bring Thailand as a whole nation forward. And also the development of policies, the promotion of the communities and social responsibility and spreading the income is what we are going to focus this year. So again, today I'd like to thank all of you here and those who are attending this online to help us move forward to Thailand. And we all understand that we cannot walk alone. We have to walk as a whole country. We should try to step back and lose some of the benefits so that the whole country can walk together in the future. I think we all are in the position that many of us have higher income than farmers, and I believe that you have more ability to adjust yourself. And if the farmers can do what we can do, then I believe that Thailand can move forward as one. We, the Ministry of Industry, we are going to adjust ourselves too. We will try to make use of the AI and digital as much as possible. So I am now saying that our inspection process right now is we are not just going to pinpoint you or trying to find fault at you. If you rely on self-certified concept, in Thailand we usually pre-approve, not the post-audit. So if nothing wrong arises from your organizations, then we will not inspect. But if there is any complaints that affects the society or the environment or the surrounding communities, then we have to inspect you. And the way that we would do it, it would be the standard that we use to apply with all other organizations. All the measures and the criteria that we use are the same. So I'd like you to know this. And I'd like to make sure, I'd like you to adjust. So many power plants or organizations, we have already informed them and give them some time to adjust themselves and adjust the structure to welcome our inspection and to make sure that the process goes smoothly. So that's all. All of these are interconnected, like I have mentioned before, starting from sustainability, from the fact that we need to be able to live with the community and our economy needs to go forward. And we believe that from today onward and under the new government to come, like the host has said that this Sunday we're going to come up with the election. So every time we have a new government, when the government is stable, the economy always moves forward. And so I'm going to keep optimistic. No matter the policies will be from different political parties, but all of them focus on the development of the Thailand's economy. And I believe that no matter pathway they choose, whichever direction they go, in the end, they have the same goal, which is the development of the country. Once we have a stable government, I believe that the figures would be much higher, and it has been the case in the past before. So, if you have anything that you think we, the Ministry of Industry, can help you, or if there's any opinions from any ambassadors or any counselors, or from the industrial, or from the government or the private sectors, if you have anything that you think we should do, then I'd like to say that we welcome all of your opinions, because not just my S1 concept, but we, the Ministry of Industry, also works for Thailand as one to help move Thailand forward. And in this occasion, I'd like to open the 17th OIE Forum, Rising Beyond Challenges Towards Sustainability for Thailand's Industries. And I hope that this forum succeed and set a tone for the new industry development in this year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
May I please ask you to remain on the stage to join us in the official opening ceremony. We have already heard the keynote speech, which is very beneficial and help us to understand that it's important to communicate clearly. You are someone who stepped into the field, and we hear from what we hear from you. You give us a very good understanding and portray the situation, help us to understand some of the things that are in progress. And just now, I really like what you mentioned about using the metaphor, giving the comparison and link that to Thailand's industry. So I would like, please put your hands together for the Permanent Secretary. So now we would like to proceed to the official opening ceremony. May I please invite Mr. Supakit Bunsiri, Director General of Office of Industry Economics.
วันนี้สื่อมวลชน
And today we have members of the press, many members of the press joining us in today's event for the official opening ceremony. I'm going to do the countdown, and please place your hand on the opening pillar. So we're going to count down together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this marks the official opening of the 17th OIE Forum. Under the theme Rising Beyond Challenges Towards Sustainability for Thailand's Industry. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Supakit and Dr. Natapon, and we're going to do a group photo session. For the first session, we will have the Director General and Permanent Secretary. May I please ask our production team to prepare the stage for the group photo session. So for today's event, 17th OIE Forum, under the theme Rising Beyond Challenges Towards Sustainability for Thailand's Industry. So now we are going to take a group photo session. May I please ask both of you to look to the photographer. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the first group photo session. Next up, we're going to have the second group photo session. May I please invite the executive team, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Industry, and the consultants of the Ministry of Industry, Director Generals, and the supervisor of the Ministry of the Industry, and the representatives from the Office of SME of Thailand. Please look at the photographers at the center of the room. And for any members of the press who have not captured the picture, please let me know. And we're going to proceed to the third shot of the group photo. And may I please invite the Deputy of Director General of the Industry and Foundation Development Office and the distinguished guest from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Director General of the Industry Promotion Office, Ambassador and Consulate Generals. May I ask you to stand a little bit closer to one another so that we can capture everyone in the picture. Yeah. For the photographer, please feel free to direct us on how we should stand so that you can capture the best photo possible. I would like to thank all the officers or the agencies, ambassadors, representatives of the embassies being here today, showing the commitment in helping pushing forward Thailand's industry to the future together. And for today's event, in addition to the keynote speech and the objective of the forum, there are several sessions, several opportunities to gain knowledge. The exhibition, the booth displayed outside, and I would like to invite all of you to give a visit to each of the booths that have been prepared for you outside. So thank you very much. Thank you for taking part in the official opening ceremony of the 17th OIE Forum under the theme Rising Beyond Challenges Toward Sustainability for Thailand's Industry. We have heard many interesting topics since morning, and we're going to take a break for 15 minutes and be back here in this room. We will proceed with the panel discussion under the theme Rising Beyond Challenges Driving Thailand's Industry Toward a Sustainable Future. We have the panel discussion members from distinguished guests from relevant agencies and also from Nestle's. So we're going to take a break for 15 minutes and would like to ask everyone to reconvene after 15 minutes. And for those joining us in today's event, if you have not registered, please register at the reception table. You're going to receive the stickers, and for the stickers will be used for lunch after this morning's event.
ชิญทุกท่านนะคะเข้าสู่
May I please invite our distinguished guests to reconvene. We're going to begin the panel discussion under the theme Rising Beyond Challenges, Driving Thailand's Industries Toward a Sustainable Future. We will soon start the panel discussion to share with you the industrial development. We're going to end the morning session at 12. And may I please invite our guests outside the room to come back to your seat, please. So good morning once again, and I would like to welcome you to the second session of today's event, which is the panel discussion. And we received the honor to be joined by the panel discussion members who are the experts in the industry who will discuss on the topics that will help push Thailand towards the industrial development. The 17th OIE Forum are joined by several partners in helping, supporting and make today's event a reality at Queen Sirikit National Center, and the representative and the participants joining us online. I would like to thank all of you as well. So this is a good opportunity and serve as a platform for the public and private sectors to share knowledge and opinions. And in the last session is the opportunity for the audience to submit questions, any questions that you may have, or if you would like to share your opinions. And this is the stage for you to do so, and also for those joining us online, there will be opportunities for you as well to submit your questions and sharing your opinions. And to make sure that we have a successful event today and also receive tangible sharing from the members of panel discussion, we were going to hear from our distinguished guests under the theme Rising Beyond Challenges, Driving Thailand's Industries Towards a Sustainable Future. And may I please invite Kun Grisada Pasasukho, Managing Director of Global Green Chemicals Public Company Limited. And next, may I please invite คุณสริลาศรีหพันธ์ Director of Corporate Communications Nestle Thai Limited. Next, may I please invite Dr. Noparut Jinda Sombat Jareun, Industrial Development Policy Researcher, Thailand Development Research Institute or TDRI. And last but not least, our host, Mr. Supakit Bunsiri, Director of the Office of Industry Economics. I would like to formally greet all our distinguished guests. As I mentioned earlier, that in this panel discussion, in addition to having the discussion among ourselves, all our guests, most of the time nowadays, you talk a lot about policies and talk to the politicians, but now we would like to talk about economic topics. So for the audience, if you have any questions or any points that you would like to share, any ideas that you would like to propose, towards the end of the panel discussion, there will be opportunities for you to submit questions, and also for the audience joining us online and YouTube and Facebook. This opportunity of question submission is also extended to you. And the theme of discussion is Rising Beyond Challenges Towards Sustainability for Thailand's Industry. All our guests have prepared slides. So when we look at the challenges, in order to have a clear understanding, we need to be able to identify the root cause in order for us to have the clearer picture of the broad perspective. Then of course, we need to understand the challenges. So I would like to hear the thoughts from the director. So thank you very much. I would like to formally greet everyone one more time. And also, I would like to thank all the distinguished guests for joining today's forum and joining this panel discussion. I would like to make sure that I do not take too much of your time. Just now we have heard the sharing from the Permanent Secretary about the future directions. Today we're going to share the perspective from the private sector, and I hope that it will motivate you to move forward, to move together to the successful future. And for OIE, of course, play an important role to drive the Thailand's industry sector to overcome challenges. Of course, we need mechanism, for example, governance, to have the proper legislation in place, providing support, providing funds to help drive the business owners and entrepreneurs to grow into the future, to develop their own capabilities. And the role of the OIE, we also formulate policies and plans, doing the evaluation, assessment, providing direction, giving guidance. And one of the many activities that we have initiated involve communication and providing data, reporting numbers, which is something that we call in PI index, which is something that comes out on a monthly basis. And I'm sure that you have seen that before. The things that we have been discussing and reporting on a monthly basis has reflected the performance of the industry, which products are still facing difficulties. And of course, we work with numbers. It gives us clarity and reflect the current issues. And that is the challenges that we need to solve. And in addition to that, we also there are also other points as well that I would like to address: the trade competition, the geopolitics issues. Of course, with all these issues, the atmosphere of investment, of driving growth of business can be seen on the negative side: logistic, transportation, and then everything will feed back into higher cost of business and reflect into higher price of the products. The second thing I would like to talk is the technology implemented in industry. We have seen rapid changes, especially digital technology. And currently, there are two levels that I would say. First, technology implemented in industrial plants. It can help increase safety, environmental friendliness, and efficiency if we can implement IoT, AI technologies, robotic technologies, and automation into elevating efficiency in the industrial plants. It will be something that can help bring us to the greater height. Another thing is the S-curve, the new 5 S-curve and the existing 5 S-curve and the 2 new S-curves. These are our new targets of Ministry of Industry that these will help serve as the machines that drive growth for Thailand's industries. And underlying this, we have plans supporting these initiatives, at least 5 plans: food-related, bio-related, electronic, automation, automotive industry, and robotic industry, plus automation. We have been driving these 5 plans for quite some time. All the challenges that have taken place and the vulnerability, if we can achieve the target, then the next thing is the speed in achieving the target and adjusting the approaches so that we can align our practices to the strategy in order to take us to the destination that we have aimed for. And food will be one. We would like to be in the top 10 of the countries with the highest volume of import in terms of food industry. So that's the overview. We're going to go into details later. So we have plans, we have followed the plans, but at the same time, sometimes there are certain factors that deviate us from the strategies that we have placed. And let's hear from TDRI, Dr. Noparut, who represent the new generation, the new generation of researchers. So when we look at the overview, of course, there are competitions in terms of the bioeconomy, in terms of the industrial sector. I would like to hear from you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to formally greet all the audience and would like to thank OIE for organizing today's event. Can I have my slide on the screen, please? So you have already read my mind of what I would like to share. And of course, a lot of things are that you have the first speaker just mentioned. I already touched on what I would like to share. And there are many things that we have seen growth. For example, the activities at Eastern Seaboard. At the start, we saw a good performance, good growth, and then a slow decline after a certain period of time due to external factors, due to the vulnerability of the global situation affecting the difficulties in implementing the policy. So I'm going to touch very quickly because the Permanent Secretary and the Director General already touched on a lot of what I would like to say. For example, the trade war, the export from the private sector, they have faced a lot of difficulties, and also the products from overseas market trying to enter Thailand's market. So at the end, I think we need to have specific measures how we going to promote our own competitiveness In terms of the technology, we have seen changes. We used to be the hub of the vehicle assembly in terms and with the rapid changes of technologies that affects how we the ability to adapt and current progress. For example, AI soon is going to disrupt the existing industry. It's quite hard to actually anticipate the level of disruption. Another two things that I would like to touch a bit more on. First is sustainability, climate regulation, and climate impact or physical risk, which is the academic term. The climate regulation, we are now talking about new regulations where the public and private sectors need to comply. For example, CBAM that has already been implemented, the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And actually, it was piloted in 2023. And many players in the private sectors already started reporting their own carbon footprint. And the Research Institute already reported the CBAM performance about the industry under CBAM regulation comparing to industry outside CBAM regulations. From the year 2023, the industry under CBAM comparing to those outside CBAM regulations. So those outside CBAM saw lower level of export, and of course we can now clearly say that CBAM contributes to greater volume of export. And for the impact in that we're going to see clearly might be more evident in 5 years or 10 years from now. But now this is the time that we need to get ourselves ready about addressing climate impact, flooding, drought, heat wave, and also the vulnerabilities of the climate situations at the global level. For example, heavy flooding, how are we going to mitigate that, how are we going to address that, and so that we can move forward as an industry sector. And for us in Thailand, we already experienced this, had a first-hand experience since last year, the flooding in many regions in Thailand. In the past couple of days, all of a sudden the temperature dropped, and the snowstorm in Japan, in the US, snowstorm that they are currently facing. So the climate disaster is something that's not new to us, but do you agree that raising awareness, talking about this is something that we need to do more? And I have to say that I have seen a lot more enthusiasm to talk about this, and the global climate change, the Climate Change Bureau of Thailand has a specific team that works on climate change situation of Thailand. There's a plan called NAP plan, which talks about the adaptation strategy for public and private sectors. And so we have to see how this plan will be implemented in real practice. And I think we have to also talk about further support required as well. So in addition to what you have shown on the slide, is there anything that we need to do urgently? Or is it something that we have to address all at the same time? And yes, I think we need to look at all these elements simultaneously. And for each sector, how they handle or mitigate, address these issues may be different.
งานของนักวิจัยและ
Many people usually say that researchers, their roles and there are in DTRI, we have so many great researchers and great research that have been published, but they are on the shelf. They haven't really been utilized and turned into practical actions. Why is that? I think we have to take a look at the overall picture. Many pieces of research done by TDRI, sometimes it's from academic views and other times it's from practical views. And so after a piece of research has been published, to utilize it, to apply it, there must be a process. Who is going to use it? How is it going to be used? So I think there needs to be a collaboration to see how it can be implemented in the future. Okay, so that is the obstacles and challenges, and then we will take a look at the next step. Now moving on to the private part. Now we have been honored by Global Green Chemical and Nestle Company. Which one of you would like to begin first? The lady, Nestle. You have just been on the news, right? And Mr. Eniti also mentioned Nestle because he just came back from World Economic Forums. Can you please tell us something about this? Thank you. So, good day everyone again and all of the participants here. So, as you have been aware, Nestle, we are the manufacturer of food and beverages, and we have over 180 companies around the world. And we have a policy that no matter which country we run the business in, we will support their business, and we will try our best effort to utilize the local resources to make sure that all the value chains get the benefits. And because Nestle has been with Thailand for over 130 years, it's quite a long time. We have so many branches of products, lines of products. And so food and beverage is definitely the kind of industry that requires resources. And most of them are natural resources like coffee beans or cacao or milk or dairy products. And as you have seen that Thailand is very competitive and able in terms of agriculture. Thailand has been able to produce coffee beans. It was much more than enough. And that's why a lot of coffee farmers turned to durian farmers. Well, we can't be sure if it's Chinese or Thai people that turn to durian farms. Yeah, and so there's an issue about the price of the coffee beans. But now Thailand is very efficient and capable in terms of producing or manufacturing resources. And the ecosystem in Thailand is also conducive to the industry in Thailand. We have over 8 organizations in Thailand, and we employ over 3,000 employees. So if you were founded over 100 years ago, and now you have around 8 power plants hiring about 3,000 employees. So can we go backward 5 years ago? How much did you invest in Thailand? 28 billion Thai baht. Why did you invest so much in Thailand? 28 billion. Well, because Thailand has so much resource and manpower. Thailand has such huge manpower, and they're all skillful, and they can be developed. So many of our employees have grown, and they go to work abroad because they have got better. And of course, there are still gaps for development further, but yeah. So in Nestle's perspective, it seems that they look at Thailand as a civilized country. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invested more and hired more people in Thailand. But then, what remains obstacles in Thailand, in your perspective, as an entrepreneur? These days, if you can divide the obstacles into two groups, both domestic and international. Well, I'm just gonna give you a big picture on the next page. We talked about climate change before, right? It's actually one of society's greatest challenges and also to the business, especially business that deals with food and beverages. It has to do with food security in the end. And from the survey from many reliable institutes, they say that, for example, the coffee, you drink more and more coffee every day, but global coffee supply has been predicted to decrease by the end of 2050 because of climate change. And we have seen that for the past 3 years, the supply of coffee beans have reduced a lot. And that's why the price of coffee have increased in the past 3 years, which means that the cost that the suppliers have to hold, when the cost rises, nobody gains any benefits. And in the long term, the consumers will have to bear the burden. So the climate change as one of the causes of this is really something that we need to prioritize. And at the same time, the areas for agriculture and for raising animals is quite decreased because there are a lot of human-made issues. It's a global issue. It's a national and international issue. Many times we've thought about big farms or mega farms, which is what we call a monocrop. That would ruin the ecosystem if we do that. In the long term, it won't be sustainable. We may get a good produce, but then in the long term, the ecosystem and biology and biosystem will be ruined. This is why it is a national and international issue. Next, I'll talk about how to deal with this solution. Okay, next, global green chemical. The name of your company, there is the word green in it. Global green chemical is in the PPDGC group, right? How did you come to exist and what are your product lines? Global green chemicals or GGC, we have been with Thailand for the past 20 years. In the beginning, we adopted His Royal King Rama IX's teaching, which focused on the importance of energy. We use fossil fuel. We've used fossil fuel for such a long time. Thailand actually has a capacity to produce what we call the fuel that are actually not fossil fuel. And that is what we call biodiesel. This contributed positively to Thai economy. When we talk about palm oil in Thailand, the net worth of this industry is 300,000 million Thai baht per year. And there are over 400,000 small business holders. We also found out that in the industry of palm oil, Thailand is the third country that plants the most palms, second to Indonesia and Malaysia. And we produce palms for over 6 million rice per year. Even though we are the third in the world, how are we different from the first and the second? Quite a lot. Because the first and the second, they took over 70 to 80% of the market share. But we just took about 5%. But even though we're small, there is something good about it. We are the country that has been ranked as the country that deforest the least among these three countries when it comes to palm oil industry. So that means we have an opportunity to grow more. Earlier, I mentioned the production of biodiesel. You know what palm fruit look like, right? On the outside, it could be squeezed for the biodiesel, but on the inside of the palm, it's like a coconut. It is quite valuable. That's why we try to see what we find that is very valuable is oleochemical. This is what we obtain after squeezing the seeds of the palm fruit, and it could be turned into so many products. It might sound like far away from us, but everybody has this. Oleo. It's not Oreo, it's not the cookies. What is it again that we have in every household? It's actually in the soap, in the toothpaste. Or for women, it's in many of your cosmetics. It's in your lotion, in your facial cream, or a skin lotion that you have. It contains this chemical. It contains this substance. There are two different grades. The first grade is chemical, and another one is green or biograde. And our industry is in biograde segment. It's a green product. So this is what I think we can add more value to it and to the economy of Thailand. We are the sole manufacturer that produce Oreo chemical, and we export this around the world. What I think we should have done or could have done more is when we export this to Korea, China, or Japan, then South Korea they export back to us the cream, the lotions. Thailand sends tons and tons of this substance, and it is worth up to $3,000. But when it's like we export a lot of this substance to South Korea, but when they send it back to us, they send such a small amount to us back in the form of cosmetics. So I think we should have a kind of industry at the end product of it to utilize this substance. So that is the overall picture of the performance, global green chemicals. But the performance, in terms of the performance, because you are a giant business, can you please share with us what are some obstacles? I want you to take a look at this very first picture that I showed before, this one. Entrepreneurs in this hall, what do you feel when you see this picture? This is global turbulence. We all feel insecurity and volatility. It was mentioned before that there are so many factors. I have to ask you, what is these storms? These storms, these tornadoes or depressions, you can think of these as tornadoes. As you can see in the square brackets, we want our business to be a sustainable business, but to achieve that, we need to balance between three things. The first thing is economic, and then social, and the last one is environmental impact. Now, can you see that these three pillars are scattered? So scattered that we're not confident whether we are on the right pathway. Why are they scattered like this? Well, right now, the policies of each country, they more focus on becoming self-sufficient. They want to survive. So they withdraw themselves from so many groups that take care of environment, and they went back to use the fossil fuel. So the question is, are we actually trying to become green, trying to use green products? It is true. You should believe that because to achieve sustainability, this is not a choice. It's our only way to survive. So when you see many other countries talk about not doing this, it's actually them trying to adjust themselves because China or European countries, they have moved way forward. And we can see that the US doesn't really focus much on this. So in order to survive, there's two ways to do. The first one is to run as fast as possible to catch up with other people. This is not something the US has been doing. The second one is trying to think of obstacles so that we have more time to adjust. I think right now the US is taking the time to adjust, and that's why I show you this picture. And I didn't mean to ruin your confidence or to break your trust, because we need to keep going what we have been doing. Even though the US hasn't really been focusing on this, but we need to keep going so that one day a giant country like them, when they turn to focus on this, we are ready to hop on board with them. So please don't be confused with what other countries have been doing, and do not withdraw yourself from the goal to become a sustainable country with sustainable businesses. Okay, so this logic that you talk about is like no matter what people want to focus on, but when we talk about sustainability, these are the three pillars, right? Which consists of economics, environment, and social. These are the true sustainability to the humankind, right? Yes. So when it comes to obstacles, and I'd like to ask you further, what in Thai industry, what do we need to do to push Thai industry forward to sustainability? And to achieve that, what are the things that we need to do? What are the steps to follow? I can assure you that the pathway of GDC is that we still are the leader in green chemicals products, and we believe that sustainability is a must. To wrap up, our main business are bioenergy, biochemicals, and specialty platform. These are our main businesses. If you ask us why we do these three businesses, and the reason is Thailand is an agricultural country, and we are at an advantage in terms of the resources. But at the same time, our disadvantage also persists. So if we are aware that we have such great resources, and that's our strength, then we can be confident that we have enough to create something. And like I said before, we are the third palm fruit exporter in the world. So if we want to be sustainable, we cannot do this alone. We have to make sure that this go as a whole value chain. Throughout the value chain, we need to take a look at who they are. From the beginning of the supply chain, that is the farmers. This is quite a challenge because agriculturists in our country, mostly they're small business, and they use traditional ways of growing. They do not really make use of any technology. That's why the amount of produce is quite low. So what do we do to solve this problem? We have started to create more security in terms of the resources for these agriculturists. Right now, under us, there are over 2,000 agriculturists, and we began from 1,000. Right now is to about 2,000. So we provide them with like a structure so that they can become a community enterprise, and from the community enterprise, then we will educate them in terms of the new way of conducting agriculture how to produce more. We have begun with conducting baseline data. The yield of the palm oil, the palm fields in Thailand is at about 3 tons per rai. And that is the yield. And the cost is about 2.8 baht per kilogram. Multiplied by 1,000 is 2,800 Thai baht per ton of palm. Meanwhile, Malaysia, Indonesia, they gain no less than 4 tons per rai each year. And their cost is lower than ours. So this is the beginning that GGC has initiated. We educate the farmers and we encourage them, the agriculturists, to make use of the technology and encourage them to follow RSPO standard so that they can be certified that they are on the same global standard. This is what we aim for sustainability. And the result is that the agriculturists under our care have managed to increase their produce to 3.8 tons. And mostly recently, I just came back from Krabi province. The agriculturists there were very happy. They say that some of them this year were able to increase up to 6 tons of palm this year. So this is what I would like to let you see to ensure that they will be able to survive. Because there was in the beginning, spreading the income was mentioned, right? Because one thing that would ensure their survival is we decrease the cost from 2.8 to 2.2 or 2,200 baht per ton. So they can sell more and the gap, the profit that they gain is more. That means they'll have more money to pay. And there comes a circulation of money. Like when you ask me what we do, so again, second, we promote. Other than producing palm, that's not enough. We also promote them to make sure that your palm farms are low carbon farms or green farms, and that you're able to use palms to lower the amount of carbon emission. And so what we're trying to promote them is to promote them to have low carbon palm farms and make sure that it could lower the carbon emission. We do see limitations in this. If agriculturists try to do the carbon credits, I'm not sure if anybody in this room has done it. Many people grow some certain kind of grow a forest, and sometimes they can't really take care of it all the time. Around the edges of the forest are usually green and grow well, but in the middle there might not be a lot of trees. But this issue will not happen to palm farms because it's their job, it's their career. In order for them to gain carbon credit, they need to make sure they need to take care of the growth of their palm from young to old. They will begin. This is an example, yes. So that's why we need to include technology, and that's why we collaborated with Thaicom to make use of the digital, using the satellites to analyze and measure the carbon emission from palm farms. This is quite new to Thai people. People who take care of carbon credits is we work with this agency or department, which is the greenhouse gas management, and we believe that in the next 3 years, our agriculturists, other than selling palm oil, they will be able to sell carbon credits. But the byproducts that GGC will gain is low carbon or green products truly. And we can say proudly that we can give this green value chain to our entrepreneurs. And this is what we do. And I think this is one pattern that anybody who wants to achieve sustainability can maybe take a look at this and look back and see who are in your value chain and try to pinpoint the challenges and make sure that you can collaborate with them for sustainable growth as the entire value chain. This pattern is not applicable only to palm farms. I believe that in many other kinds of businesses like rubber plantation or coffee plantation or cocoa or even soy or even even livestock, you can also adapt this pattern. And there's also our organization also has a mission. We aim to achieve net zero by 2050. So what we do by ourselves is the increase of the use of green power or green fuel and the decrease of carbon dioxide emission. And we try to adjust our portfolio. GGC now will manufacture only green products. It will be a transformative agriculture. We will add value to our country's agriculture products and export them internationally. This is our portfolio. And the last one is we go back to when I mentioned palm plantation. Palm plantation will contribute to carbon credit. And I can buy the carbon credits from these plantations to use compensation. I'd like you to go back to the slide before a little bit because if we want to push the Thai economy sustainably, I think a lot of giant entrepreneurs, they don't really have an issue with this. But when it comes to SMEs business, they need to see that it's worth it to do. Can you please share with us that sustainability in the end will be worth it? Because
So a lot of people talk about sustainability, conservation, and wanting green products, but also a lot people also say that I love green product, but I love myself more. And personally, I believe that if we have specific process from the upstream to the downstream that promote collaboration, that will be great. As I mentioned earlier, if we can increase the yield, basically you can help reduce the cost of production, and that will reflect in a more balanced pricing of the final products. And just now the question was about SME. For SME, what I see is that SME is part of the value chain or supply chain of one of the businesses, of any businesses that are the giant player in the market. So they will need to receive support from stronger players in the market. Actually, for GGC, we are not only focusing on the palm oil, on the oil palm plantation. And of course, for the process, after the harvesting, you need to do the pressing and processing. So it's not just a plantation, but we need to educate people involved in other steps in the process to ensure that we can maximize the profits. And we need to work on the entire value chain. And I think this concept can be apply to other businesses and industry as well. For the private players such as Nestle, you are a giant player. Do you see something similar to GGC, that you are aware of the problems or the challenges? How if we would like to push for sustainability among Thailand's industry, what we should touch on and how we going to achieve that. So can you bring up my slides? So if our problem is the ingredients at the very start of the value chain, we need resilience, right? We have set up the plant, so we need to solve the problems in the value chain, in the supply chain. Net zero, of course, this is something huge and only the big player has the money to invest in this, but it's about supply chain. So we did not prepare this in advance, but we talk about the same thing, that is supply chain. So I think we need to touch on each thing one at a time. We don't have to set a very ambitious goal. So it's not just about investment. First of all, when we talk about the reducing the emission, that's part of taking down the cost, reducing the cost. So that's a perspective that you should have, like what's in it for you and how can that increase your competitiveness. If you can align with the new regulation, it will increase your competitiveness. And another thing is about brand and marketing, because for the new generation, we know that they are interested in branding, but they don't want to pay more. They're not willing to pay more. You have a lot of competitors in the market, same price, similar quality, and the consumers will go for the brand that they prefer. So that's the competitive advantage. So I would like to say that when you work on sustainability, there are three benefits. First, reduce the cost. Second, maintain sustainability in terms of the source of ingredients. And number three is compliance to regulations and also the love and loyalty to the brand. So what we do for Nestle. Next slide, we look at the whole value chain. So maybe this can be used as a textbook in one of the classrooms. So the upstream is suppliers and the midstream is Nestle operation, how we use renewable energy, logistic, packaging. And for downstream, we produce FMCG products. It's something physical, tangible, and by consumers. So we have to look at various aspects, not just the upstream or downstream, but we are in the midstream as well. So all in all, we'll not be able to go forward if we are driving this ourselves. So that's also about the thing about sustainable consumption. So the industrial sector will need to look into this as well. Next is the upstream. Just now already touched on this. That is giving knowledge about growing sustainably. We have the concept of regenerative agriculture that is being constructive and doing agricultural activities. And next is the resource of the ingredients. We also manufacture mineral and pure life for drinking water. Water is a source, the resources, right? One of the resources. Many countries experience drought issues. And last year we faced flooding, but this year we may face drought. And water is a source of life of people. So managing water resources is crucial. How we going to return the amount of water that we use back to the society. And next thing I would like to talk about is packaging. This is something that I would like to address. So working on the upstream is not sufficient if we don't have the supporting system or infrastructure in the country. It's not going to work. So system of recycling is not doesn't exist in Thailand. So this is something that has gained a lot of interest in the manufacture of FMCG products. We have discussed with the industrial body of the office in Thailand about the system for recycling in the country. Otherwise, manufacturers like us, we want to collect recyclable packaging or products that we have already sold. It's not possible for us to do so. So in the long term, if you say that we have the new EU regulation, we have to use this and that, and comply ourselves with a new regulation. If you cannot do recycle of the ingredients, we don't have the recycle system. Where are we gonna get the recycle waste from overseas? I don't think that's possible. So it's not just being pushed or get everything driven by the private sector, but we need to work together. How are we going to have the recycle system? Now we have the EPR, which is the system that help collect the used packaging for recycle to be recycled. And I would like to go quickly. We have regenerative agriculture in coffee farms. And next, please, water conservation. We have the regenerative agriculture in dairy farming, renewable energy. This is very important because a lot of investors, they have made a request to OIE. We have EGAT to have renewable energy supplied and can be purchased by consumers. And I think this is a must by a lot of companies. And I hope that we will soon have a standardized system and should be done quickly because a lot of the investors who have expressed interest in BOI without renewable electricity, they're not going to invest in Thailand. And this is my last slide. So we have worked on this for several years in 4 dimensions. We have milestone for what we do, how we're going to measure our achievements, our performance. Of course, this is done by all major companies. For net zero 2025, soon we're going to reach 2030. Where are we now in this journey? So I would like to thank the public sector for adjusting the target because the public sector is a little bit slower compared to the private sector. So I think we have to go hand in hand and work to the future together. So we have heard from Nestle about their perspective. We have heard from Ms. Celine La. I look at the body language of Director General, and for big and small players, they have adjusted themselves. They have tried to adapt. So the public sector will need to help them, support them in terms of the systems. And that's another challenge about the slow progressing of the industrial sector of Thailand. Is it because of the leader of the country or is it because of the player in the sector? So thank you for the question. Actually, we moved forward together. And just now, I did not mention about all the challenges or about the climate conditions, which is important element. It's part of something that we need to look into. And the industrial sector at COP26 talks about everyone has to reduce the carbon emission. We have the commitment of 2030 to reduce the emission by 30%. But of course, there are specific actions that will need to be addressed by the public sector. And 2050, we will need to reach carbon neutrality. And also we have the target for net zero. So this is the theme that we are working on. 2050, we're going to be net zero. And just now we talk about the S curve and 5 plans for that. It has to be in the national plan. I already talked to Mr. Krisada about the bioeconomy plan in order for us to align with all the changes. Nowadays, with all the policies to ensure sustainability, the important keyword is sustainability, is society, economy, environment, and sustainability. Bioeconomy, we have to look into the future generation. And just now we talk about 4 dimensions that we need to have the success in terms of business. We need to implement modern technologies. So that's why for 12 S curves, we need to push that forward and make sure that the new technologies and all the S curves can coexist with the society and communities, and also for the global rules and all the regulations, and which can pose some challenges. CBAM that we need to kick off, that has to be implemented, will be implemented very soon, and the carbon footprint at the product level and creating earnings in the population. So those are part of the policies that we need to do, and we're going to talk about this in details later in the focus group lecture, which is going to be held in the afternoon, and that will help us reflect on what you would like to achieve, what we want to achieve, and what people would like to see the public sector, the government agencies work on in order to drive and overcome all these challenges. So coming back to TDRI, Dr. Noparut, who already touched on the global green already touched on some of these elements in addition of the global green chemical and what Nestle has addressed. So we need to consider the upstream, midstream, and downstream. So it's like a journey, but sometimes there are obstacles that may happen at the core, at the heart of this journey. So actually, when we talk about the challenges, is something that you can turn into opportunities. So for supply chain, the government sector can work together with the private sector about the obstacles, and if there's anything that we need to promote to overcome those. So you mean that the public sector, the government organization will need to take more actions, right? So I would like to touch on the overview first. Just now we talk about the sustainability, but of course it's not just the environmental side, but we must consider the societal and the economic aspects. We are still working on this for sustainability, for the environment, societal, and the economy. What we need to adjust in terms of the infrastructure is that the industry that happening in Thailand at the moment is still at the starting level. How are we going to elevate the standards? Of course, we have trade competition, that's movement and the change of the investment base or production base. What do we want from the investors? It's something that we can design and plan for that. And for the higher level, activities with higher value, we have to look into labors. What will be approaches to improve capabilities so that the labors can handle new technologies? Coming back to the environmental theme, for the environmental aspects, just now we talk about the challenges, right? How are we going to balance sustainability and profits, and how can these two walk together hand in hand? We can start from something small. So one thing that we can do quickly, that is innovation. Several innovations that we have currently can reduce power consumption, reduce costs, and increase efficiency, increase productivity. This is a low-hanging fruit that should be captured by a lot of players in the market to help them reduce costs and ensure sustainability. For example, AI can be used to increase efficiency of power consumption, reduce power consumption. Would like to create heat, but maybe not that much in the plant, and you can balance this using data, using AI to analyze and collect your data. consumption of water resources in food industry or in electronic industry, and recycle technology has played a very important role, and we can implement new technologies to improve efficiency. And for the obstacles in the journey that you just mentioned, that you have raised the question, if we look in terms of the value chain or supply chain, either at the, for example, maybe supply chain at the upstream, mostly is the players are SME, and SME may not have high ability to adjust quickly. So the big player can support smaller players such as SME, and the government organization, the public sectors can also provide support as well. And for innovation, we can promote the investment, purchase innovation, work together with Board of Investment of Thailand or BOI to close the gap in terms of the financial investment, look into the diversion in how we can help promote the use of technology. And the green supply chain development, we talk about UDR, CBAM, and of course how we're going to ensure that the SME can change their work process so then they can report the data that are required. And for new industry, the green market, we talk a lot about recycle market, and EPR is not any less important. So we have to look at each sector, each aspects of the public sector, where and what we need to do in order to drive everything forward. For recyclable materials, still now is not sufficient in terms of the supply, then we cannot drive economy of scale. For the government perspective, they need to provide assistance. What is the urgency that we need to do, and what should be stopped? What should be discontinued? So can I answer this question about using the next slide? So at present, implementation of the policy, the public and private sector need to walk together hand in hand, or what we call embedded technology. So the government and the private sector, they need to work together, plan together, formulate the plan together. But in terms of practice, in terms of the implementation, still working in silo. So we have the platform called Reinvent Thailand, which is a collaboration between various sectors to help integrate the data, the knowledge. Because now we see much more vulnerability in the world, rapid changes in the world. So the public sector might not have to understand in details in all aspects of what's happening, but you can work together with the private sector and see how you can work together. For example, in terms of following up of KPI, collecting data, you can design and work together. So that's the overview that we would like to present. And coming back to the private sector for the global green chemical and Nestle, because we often compare our industry to our neighboring countries, and Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam are now seen as our competitors. So the capabilities of Thailand, do you think that we still have opportunities, and what are our strengths? As I mentioned earlier, actually, I also would like to talk about the security of the financial system of Thailand. which provides great confidence to the investor. And I think this will continue in long term. And this is our forte. And we have human resources who are ready to learn and has ability to learn quickly. And thirdly, we have the agricultural fundamental infrastructure, and that provides the stage for many players in the market to work together. There could be some regulations that maybe still place obstacles in Thailand compared to that in other countries, in our neighboring countries. And also the time to market from issuing the license, the permit, sometimes 6 months, the market has already moved on. So all this is about regulations. So if we can adjust, which is something that we can do, it's still within our control. So if we can drive this, then we should be able to elevate our competitiveness, ensuring security in terms of the economy, not just keep changing the new government, always having new prime minister.
มองว่าประเทศไทยของ
Do you still think that Thailand has strengths in what aspects? And when we talk about the Thai industry in comparison to our neighboring countries, I agree with Nestle that Thailand is quite secure in terms of economy, but when it comes to we have manpower. Thai people are very hospitable. Everybody who spend time with Thai people, they would say that they're happy to be with Thai people. I think that's our strength. What I'd like to add is the location of Thailand. We are located in a spot that suffers from natural disasters very little in comparison to other neighboring countries like Malaysia or Indonesia. They encounter quite more frequently the natural disasters. Our country is surrounded by mountains that serve as a barrier, and that's why we have this as an advantage. And we also have an abundance of agricultural resources. If we adopt technology in the right way, then the accurate agriculture would be achieved. And these strengths that I have mentioned, if we haven't extended them to make sure that they are tangible products, then and if we keep selling just raw materials, then the value of these materials are quite low. Like for example, if we just sell the rice at the price that the government specified, then we won't gain a lot. But if we managed to add value to transform the rice into a better product, then we would be able to gain much more. I mentioned palm plantation because in actuality, our policy might need we need to specify our policy more clearly to make sure that we will focus and support certain kinds of business. If we do support them, then we need to have a clear guidelines of what we will do. Currently, we have palm oil at about 1 million ton. And another 1.5 million is used for the 1 million ton is for energy and 1.5 million for consumption, and then the rest is exported. There are palm oil that don't add any value. But if we compare to Indonesia, anybody who export palm oil would need to pay more. They will be taxed. Because they encourage their people, Indonesia, they encourage their people to transform their palm oil into something that has more value. But Thailand is the opposite. If you export palm oil, you will gain more money. The government supports you to export palm oil. So I think this is where we have to go back and look whether we want to add value to palm oil. If the answer is a yes, then we may have to take a look at the policy that Indonesia applies and try to take a look if we could apply that to us. And next, when we talk about net zero, we have a lot of EV cars. My question is, how much do we get from EV car? What benefits do we gain from EV car? Why don't we start from our strengths? So I encourage, because we are great at combustion engines. So why don't we try to use net zero to lower the emission? And to do this, why don't we just use bioenergy in coupled with bioenergy or hybrid? Right now we use like 100% ethanol, but if you adopt technology for biodiesel 100%, that can be applied too. But we may be concerned that there are some engines that we need to wash engines quite often. I think innovations will be able to solve that issue. I think the government should do this. So you propose something for the government, and so up until this point, does anyone have any questions in this hall? Does anyone have any questions or would like to ask for more information? Or you can even propose your opinions, maybe just 2 questions. And the questions, let me know what your questions are and who your questions are for. Please raise your hand and our staff will bring you a microphone. No hands raised, that means our experts have been very clear. Is there any? Yes? Yes? Oh, there is in the back of the room. Please, we'll bring a microphone to you. For those who are watching this online, you can also ask questions. And if we have an opportunity to answer your questions in time on the stage, then we will. But if not, then it will be answered later after this. So please don't forget to press like and share this. What is the question? Can you hear me? Okay. So the question is, when it comes to cloud system or AI, if supposing there is like, do we produce something like this in Thailand? If yes, do we need cold? If the coldness or the cool air is needed for this technology, if we need it, maybe we should move it to like the mountainous area in the northern part of Thailand. It's like utilizing the resources. Maybe climate change would affect this AI technology. This question is for conductor and AI technology industry. Oh, this question is for all of them. Okay, maybe the director, please. As the host, what you mentioned when I said technology, I'm not sure if like we have a program for materializing this. I believe that these types of technology is really important for sustainability, to lessen the use of fossil fuel. So I think what you asked, it will be the matter of the future, but it will happen for sure. Like I said before, we have core missions, which is robots and automation. These days, entrepreneurs have invested through and they can actually ask back the tax from these the Department of Economies and Industry. But when we talk about SMEs, these 2 topics are, they have the right to get involved in these AI-related businesses. So I think the next program that SME should get involved with is digital and IoT. In the future, the word smart would be contained in the names of so many businesses in Thailand, and they can ask for a reduction of taxes in order to install the technology with their business. And on the supply side, if you took a look at the BOI, you will see that last year there were requests for financial support, highest in the history, 1.8 trillion Thai baht. And the first industry that was asked for request so much was digital. That was 75 billion Thai baht. And the second one was electronic device, about 2.8 billion. So you could see that there's a lot of value in this request. So on the supply side, right, it will definitely happen, and the supply side will send this to the demand side, and eventually the productivity will be increased. But then the question is, we have to talk about how to make sure that this would happen. So the plan that we are trying to do, this is what we're trying to adjust so that the supply and demand can walk hand in hand and contribute to the productivity in the industry. Is there any other question? Please. This is the last question before we go have lunch. If you have any other questions that could not be answered in this forum, you can put it on the piece of paper and then we will try to answer later. Because currently the trend of export relies heavily on railway system, and because of the decree, railway system decree will be enacted, will be effective in a few months. So this decree, will it be open for private sectors? It will be open for private sectors to be involved. So my question is, right now, the industrial side, do you have any guidelines to promote the railway system as an alternative for a railway system reliant entrepreneur or not? So this is for the director. This question is for the director. Okay, I have to say that I don't have enough information for this, but it's something very new for us. And so we have yet to establish a working committee between different agencies to push the plan forward. So I would like to, do some research and then we'll answer you again. You can ask this question again in my program in a TV channel number 9. Thank you so much for all the questions, but because of our limited time, lastly, in this session, I would like all of you to conclude that eventually, whether Thailand still has hopes or not, and meanwhile, the jigsaw from different parts, governments, private sectors, or academia, can they collaborate together to achieve a better picture, which is pushing forward Thailand's economy to sustainability? How can we do that? First, from Global Green Chemical, Mr. Grisada.
So what I would like to say is that the first thing that we need to do is to formulate the directions of the industrial sectors of Thailand. How would we like to grow forwards? And we talked a little bit this morning, and what else that we need to do can be categorized into 3 main groups that have to work together in one direction. First, clarity from the government, from the public sector, which industry will be supported, will be the target for growth of the country, and we need to have the confidence that the supported industry will produce competitiveness that will induce growth. And not only that, we need to think about barrier. What if we get attacked by different qualities? How are we going to compete? So we need the barrier to prevent lower quality products. So I'm thinking from the government perspective that the government need to create the barrier and give us a protection. And the next thing is we need to work together. All the players in the value chain need to work together. And the educational sector, we have many universities. I think universities need to serve as the research center of the country and help create innovations that address the needs of the industries along with the strategies and the direction set by the government, whether it's the digital innovation or process improvement, so that SME can grow and access. So if all these three dimensions work together simultaneously, of course, we will be difficult to beat. And can I please hear from the last person? Actually, it's about collaboration, similar to what already mentioned. Because if we can create the collaboration at the industrial level, we're going to be able to create an economy of scale and reduce the cost of production, increasing competitiveness at the global level. And for the government sectors, if the government agencies can work together, that will be very beneficial. So being serious about this and have the same target, understanding and know where we are heading to, that's what we need to do. And of course, it's not just about working on the hard or the technical stuff, but also we need to be able to support in other areas as well. For example, incentive in purchasing bioplastics, and that will be a good signal. And not all companies will be benefited from this, but the signal from the government is crucial, because it's something that people look at what direction that the government is trying to push forward, and that will help create a confidence among the investors, and also have the forums such as this as opportunity to share knowledge and opinions. Actually, for bioplastic is something that we are currently doing at Nakhon Sawan province. And for recycled products, we are also working on this at Rayong province. And actually, for both companies, we are still in red. We are not profitable. And that's because if you look at from the raw materials, collecting the raw materials, resources, we still have a lot to work on. And it's not just, beating up the person. You need to feed them something that they like, give them carrots, right? So yes, that's something that we have to do as well. And so it's something that the government agencies, the public sector can step in to help. And from TDI, there are two things that I would like to say that is built upon what the other speakers already said. Public-private sector work together. How are we going to do that? Mr. Grisada talked about increasing the value of the products exported, so then we can increase the value of our export volumes, and reprocessing the product, so then it can produce higher value, higher price. And also the other side is the research. Of course, the research, when we do research, we want to publish the results. But from the private sector, they might want to do research and then turn that into IP, which later can be turned into profits. Of course, from different perspectives, the mechanism driving the research are not growing as fast as we want. So maybe the government or the public sector can be the bridge between these two polarities of perspectives. And if we talk about hope, how much hope do we have? I have high hope. We talk about opportunities, challenges, and changes. We have seen FDI that we should have a certain condition, and that condition BOI has started to tailor-made for foreign investor, how they want the foreign investor help grow the opportunities for Thai suppliers. Of course, we still have hope, and for Thailand is a country loved by foreigners. Would like to visit Thailand due to Thai hospitality. For creative economy and soft power, we have high hope for this. And also for Thai cuisine, nobody can cook delicious food as Thai food, right? So of course we have high hope for this, and we have to work together to push this forward. And before I will ask the Director General of OIE to give the closing speech. The forum activity today, we have several topics, interesting topics to be shared. So in the afternoon, we're going to have several topics. For example, the changing the game in order to overcome challenges to push Thailand industry to sustainability, and also the driving towards low carbon in the automotive industry, and also rising beyond challenges under European Union regulations. And lastly, I would like to ask the Director General to give the closing speech, how we're going to push Thailand's industry towards sustainability. So from the scholars sharing of the private sectors, I have a lot of hope that we will be able to push Thailand's economy, Thailand's industry towards sustainability. And of course, there are a lot of adjustments that have to be done in terms of planning. We talk about mechanisms, regulations. And as I mentioned earlier, that the responsibilities of OIE encompass the legislation enforcement. Of course, it has to be amended in order to support the business, and it is a very important mechanism because in order for us, it will allow us to catch up with the changing AI technology. Just now, I didn't talk about one thing about the incentives using the technologies in plant management, production management, and expanding the base, the market base. And of course, the SME in the future, they would like to step into the industrial sector. And for the OIE, we always keep up with the overview and the current circumstances for EV. If we can continue and grow on top of IC, for MHEV, we already talked about it. We would like to maintain the base of the production and also maintain the supply chain and increase further investment. We'll use tax incentive to attract the investors, and of course I hope that we're going to see new investment in 5 or 6 years from now. Carbon reduction in all sectors, working together with private sectors, and measures, important measures that need to be implemented. Start using hydraulic cement to reduce CO2 and wastewater, turning that into power. And so we're going to work further on this, so then we know what else we need to do in order to achieve the target for 2030, reduce GWP from CFC change to HFC. We work on this with the civil society, private sector, and other scholars. I strongly believe that those work on the policy, they are more than willing to adjust the policies to reflect the challenges occurring at the global level. And this is OIE Forum. Thank you very much for all distinguished guests. And may I please invite Director of OIE to present token of appreciation to all our speakers. And for those who are still in this room, may I please ask all of you, if you don't do this, you're not going to receive the souvenir. We're going to show the QR code on the screen, and I would like to ask all of you to screen this QR code and fill out the questionnaire and present the completed questionnaire to receive the lucky plant. And we also have the handcrafted bag for you to collect as well. Please scan the QR code in order to collect the souvenir. And for those joining us online, you can get into the lucky draw. We have Starbucks voucher value of 300 baht for 3 lucky winners. So please scan the QR code and complete the questionnaire. So for today, I would like to thank all participants, all our distinguished guests, and I hope that what we have discussed today, all the recommendations, everything that we have shared in this 17th OIE Forum hosted by Office of Industry Economies will be the starting platform for us to move to the greater height. And please don't forget to complete the questionnaire by screening the QR code, and you will be able to collect the lucky plant outside at the registration table, and especially those who are looking for a life partner, for a soulmate, this could be your chance. Thank you very much for joining us in 17th OIE Forum, Rising Beyond Challenges Towards Sustainability for Thailand's Industry, towards the future sustainability. Myself, Vutima Phung Kwam Suk. Thank you and see you next time.
สำหรับผู้ที่ไปรับประทานอาหารนะคะห้องรับประทานอาหารจะเป็นห้องแพรวานะคะแล้วก็ห้อง MR 20